Hi guys, it's Red. Today we are going to install Python and VS Code. Let's get started. First of all, open your browser and search for Python. Click on the first link, Welcome to Python. Downloads and click on Python 3.12.0. Once the download is complete, click on it. Now follow my steps. Make sure to add Python to path and click on Customize installation. Click Next to proceed. Click on Install and simply wait for the process to complete. Click on Close. And now reopen your web browser and search for VS Code. Click on Visual Studio Code. And click on Download for Windows. Again, wait for the download to complete. And once it's done, click on the downloaded file. Accept the agreement and click on Next. 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 Next again. And finally, install. Select Launch Visual Studio Code and click on Finish. On the left side, click on the Extensions button. In the Popular section, click on Install Python. If you don't see it, search for Python in the navigation bar. Now you're ready to start this beginning tutorial. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to create our first Python program. Let's get started. First, create a folder for the entire course and name it Python Tutorial. Open VS Code. Open the nearly created folder. Yes, I trust. Close the welcome page. And now let's create the working file. Lesson 01 hyphen string .py. Don't forget .py, because the .py extension is signaling to the interpreter that we are going to program in the Python language. Now let's create our first program. Print parentheses quotation mark hello world. Click on the triangle in the upper right corner to run the program. And the phrase hello world will appear in the terminal. Now let's analyze it. We use the print function capable of displaying everything inside the parentheses. in this case a string. You can recognize a string because it's delimited by quotation marks. You can use the print function in many ways. Let's try another use of the print function. Print, parenthesis, quotation mark, hello, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, world, and run it. The compiler has processed our program line by line. In the first line, it identified an instruction to print the string hello world. In the second line, it identified an instruction to print two strings separated by a space, which is why we obtain again hello world. This illustrates that in programming languages you can achieve the same result in different ways. The rule is to choose the best way, and if there isn't one, stick with the most comfortable approach for you. Now let's discover another way to print hello world. So print, parenthesis, quotation mark, hello, quotation mark, plus, quotation mark, space, quotation mark, plus, quotation mark, world, and run it. Another hello world, but this time we concatenated three strings using the plus sign. As you might have noticed, an issue arises when try to insert a quotation mark inside the string. So let's try it. Print, parenthesis, quotation mark, I'm a string. Quotation mark. As you can see, the apostrophe terminates the first string, and the third quotation mark at the end opens another string, and the characters in the middle are not recognized. One way to solve this issue is to use the backslash. Let's see how. Backslash and run it. And as you can see, we obtain I'm a string. Another way to solve the issue would have been using double quotation marks to identify a string. Let's try. Print, parenthesis, double quotation mark, I'm a string. And run it. Now let's try to use backslash to create a new line. Print, parenthesis, quotation mark, line 1, backslash n, line 2, and run it. Line 1 in the first line, line 2 in the second line. We can even use the backslash to tab a line. Let's try it. Backslash t and run it. And as you can see, the first line has a tab. Talking about special character, the hash it's used to create comments, providing useful information for the programmers to understand the code quickly. Everything after the hash will not be considered or printed. Let's create our first comment. Hash, I'm a comment. As you can see, it's not been printed. To recap, let's create another comment using the triple single quotes. Lesson 01, hyphen string. So we learn about string, we learn about the print function, and we learn how to concatenate and to use the backslash to create an apostrophe, a new line, and a tab. And lastly, we learn 2 ways to comment on our program. For this lesson is enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about variables. Let's create the file. Lesson 02 hyphen variable .py. And let's create our first variable. My underscore name equals quotation marks red, and print it. Print parenthesis my underscore name and run it. So a variable is an identifier, in this case my underscore name, which is associated with a value, in this case a string red, that we can reuse as many times as we want. A variable inherits all the properties of its type. In this case, it's a string, so we can concatenate it with a string. Let's do it. Print, parenthesis, quotation mark, my name is, space, quotation mark, plus, my underscore name, and run it. Now I'll introduce you to the input function, enabling interactive interaction with the program during runtime. Name equals input, parenthesis, quotation mark, enter your name, colon, space, and print the name variable. Print parenthesis name. Run it. Running this code prints what's inside the parentheses of the input function, and the program waits until the enter key is pressed. Then assign everything we write to the name variable and proceed to the next line where the name variable is printed. So let's type our name, red, and push enter. And then the name has been printed. Now let's create a new variable, greet equals quotation mark hello, quotation mark, next line, print parenthesis greet, comma, name, and run it. Red, enter, red, and hello red. Let's recap. Triple quotation mark. Lesson 02 hyphen variable. We learn what is a variable and how to use the input function. For this lesson is enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about a new type, the integer type. But first, let's create the file. Lesson 03 hyphen integer.py. Let's create a variable n1 equals 5 and print it. Print parenthesis n1 and run. Running the code gives us 5. Now let's create a string s1 equals, quotation mark, 5, and print it. Print parenthesis s1. Run it. We obtain again a 5. But how can we determine the type of a variable? To ensure n1 is an integer and s1 is a string, let's use the type function. Print parenthesis type parenthesis n1. Again in the next line, print parenthesis type parenthesis s1, and run it. And as you can see, the class int stands for integer and the class str stands for string. Now let's try to concatenate two integers. n2 equal 3, print parenthesis n1 plus n2, and run. As you can see in this scenario, the plus acts as an arithmetic operator. If we want to concatenate, we need two strings, so let's transform one of our integers into a string using the function string. Print parenthesis str parenthesis n1 plus s1, and run. So in this case we obtain 55. Now let's discover all the arithmetic operators available in Python. Print parenthesis n1 minus n2, and print parenthesis n1 asterisk n2, print parenthesis n1 slash n2, print parenthesis n1 double slash n2, print parenthesis n1 percent symbol n2, print parenthesis n1 double asterisk n2, and run it. n1 minus n2 equals 2, n1 by n2 equals 15, n1 divided by n2 equals 1.66. The integer part of n1 divided by n2 equals 1. The remainder of the division between n1 and n2 is equal to 2. n1 to the power of n2 is equal to 125. Now let's recap. Lesson 03 hyphen integer. We learn about integer. We learn the type function. We learn the str function. And we learn the arithmetic operators: plus, minus, asterisk, slash, double slash, module, and double asterisk. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about a type closely related to integers, the float type. Let's begin by creating a new file, lesson 04 hyphen float.py. Let's create a float variable f1 equals 3.6 and print the type and the variable. Print parenthesis type parenthesis f1 close the parentheses, comma, F1, and run. As you can see, the type is float. Floats are numbers with a decimal part, but it's not necessary for that part to be present. For example, F2 equals 3 dot, and print again the type and the variable. Print parentheses, type parentheses, F2, close the parentheses, comma, F2, and run. Here we obtain a float even without specifying the decimal part. Now let's create an integer, and 1 equals 10. And now F3 equals n1 slash n1, and print the type and the variable. Print parentheses, type parentheses, F3, close the parentheses, comma, F3, and run. Again we get a float. That's because any division returns a float, except when using double slash for integer division. Let's try it. n2 equals n1 double slash n1. Print parentheses, type parentheses, n2, close the parentheses, comma, n2, and run. As you can see, the double slash returns an integer. That's because there are no float in the division. Now let's try with the multiplication. Print parentheses, type parentheses, n1 by f3, close the parentheses, comma, n1 asterisk f3, close the parentheses. Run. In this case we obtained a float. That's because all the arithmetic operation with a float results in a float. Now let's transform an integer into a float using the float function. n1 equals float parentheses n1, close the parentheses, print parentheses, type parentheses n1, close the parentheses, comma, n1, and run. Now let's try to transform it back into an integer using the integer function. n1 equals int parentheses n1, and print it again. Print parentheses, type parentheses n1, close the parentheses, comma, n1, and run. And we obtained an integer. Now let's recap. Lesson 04 hyphen float. We learned about floats that are very similar to integers. We learned about the integer function and the float function. For this lesson is enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about a new type, the Boolean type. First, let's create the file lesson 05 hyphen boolean.py. Let's create our first boolean, t equals true, f equals false. Print parentheses t comma f and run it. And we get true and false. True and false are the two values that a Boolean can assume. Now let's discover how, starting from these two values, we can create more complex logic using logical operators. The first is the AND operator. Print, parenthesis, T, AND, F, and run. As you can see, we get false. That's because the AND operator takes two operands and returns true if they are both true. In this case, F is not true, which is why we get false from this operation. Let's try to get true. Comma, TNT. Run. And true it is. Now, let's discover another logical operator. Print, parenthesis, T or F, and run. In this case, we obtain true because the OR operator returns true if at least one of the operand is true. Let's add another operand, or F, and run. As you can see, it's still true. One true is enough to return true using just the OR operator. Let's try to get false. Comma, F or F, and run. Now let's discover the last logical operator, the NOT operator. Print, parenthesis, not T, comma, not F, and run. The NOT operator returns true if the operand is false and false if the operand is true. Now let's talk about the comparison operator. Let's create a variable b equals 3 double equals 3 and print it. Print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, b, comma, b, and run. b is a Boolean type with a true value because the comparison operator double equals returns true if the two compared elements are the same. In this case, they're both 3. Now let's explore the other 5 comparison operator. Print, parenthesis, 3, exclamation mark, equals 3. New line, print, parenthesis, 3, greater than 3. New line, print, parenthesis, 3, less than 3. Print, parenthesis, 3, greater than or equals to 3. New line, print, parenthesis, 3, less than or equals to 3. And run. As you can see, we get false because 3 is not different than 3, it's not bigger than 3, and it's not less than 3. But we obtain true because 3 is greater or equals to 3, and 3 is less than or equals to 3. Now let's recap. Lesson 05 hyphen Boolean. We learned about Boolean, we learned about logical operators, and or not, and we learned about comparison operators. Double equals, not equals, greater than, less than, greater than or equals, less than or equals. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about the if statement, a fundamental control structure that allows you to conditionally execute a block of code based on a specified condition. Let's get started. First of all, create a file, lesson 06-if.py. T equals true if T colon new line print parenthesis quotation mark T is true. Don't remove the indentation and run it. So if the condition, in this case T, is true, everything indented after this line will be executed. What if the condition was false? Let's try. F equal false if F colon new line print parenthesis quotation mark F is false, and run it. As you can see, just T is true has been printed. In order to execute something when the condition is false, we need another statement, the else statement. Let's create it. Here we change F is true, else column print parenthesis quotation mark F is false, and run it. And this time we also get F is false. Now let's try something more advanced. X equals 1 and print X and if X double equals 1 colon print parenthesis quotation mark X is equal to 1, and run it. X is equal to 1. But what if we want to have more conditions? For example, if we want to know if X is less than 1. In that case, we can use the elif statement, specifying a new condition. We can use as many elif as we want. X equals 0 and elif X less than 1 colon new line print parenthesis quotation mark X is less than 1, and run it. As you can see, we got X is less than 1. Now let's make X bigger, X equals 2, and let's add an else statement. Else column new line print parenthesis quotation marks X is greater than 1. X less than 1 colon new line, and run. Now what if we want to know whether X is equal to 0 or negative? We can use a nested if. Let's try. Let's comment this line. If X double equals 0 colon print parenthesis quotation mark X is equal to 0. Else colon new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, x is negative. Let's set x to 0 and run. And as you can see, x is equal to 0. Let's set x to -1 and run. X is negative. That's perfect. In this way, we have covered any possible value of x in the vicinity of 0. Now, let's talk about the ternary operator. It's a way to use the if statement a little differently from what you've seen until now. Let's try it. Result equals quotation mark, x is even, quotation mark, if x modulo 2 double equals 0, else, quotation mark, x is odd, quotation mark, and print the result. Print, parenthesis, result. And run it. X is odd, because is equal to -1. So, if the condition is true, we obtain what's before the if. If the condition is false, as in this case, we obtain what's after the else. Let's make the condition true. Now let's make it equals 2. X is even. Now let's recap. Lesson 06 hyphen if. So today we learn about the if, elif, else statement, the nested if, and the ternary operator. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about lists, which are very useful because they can contain elements of different types. Let's get started. Let's create the file lesson 07 hyphen list.py. First underscore list equals square brackets 0, 1. Print first underscore list and run it. And this is our first list. Now let's print the type 2. Print parenthesis type parenthesis first underscore list and run. As you can see, it's a list, and as I said, can contain many different types. Let's try it. Comma 0.9, comma true, comma quotation mark string, comma square brackets. That's an empty list. And run. Here it is. You can access an element of a list by using indexing. The first element of a list is at index 0, the second at index 1, and so on. So, print parentheses first underscore list square brackets 0 and run it. Now let's try to access the last element of a list. Print parentheses first underscore list square bracket 5 and run it. 0 and empty list. There is another way to access the last element of a list. It's using negative index. -1 represents the last element of a list. Let's try it. Comma, first underscore list, square brackets, -1, and run. And as you can see, we get the last element twice. We can use a positive or negative index, it's the same. So if we want the first number, we have to use the -6 index. Let's try it. Comma, first underscore list, square bracket, -6. We can even select just a part of the entire list using the slicing syntax. Let's do it. Print parentheses first underscore list square bracket 0 colon 4 and run. And as you can see, we get the first, the second, the third and the fourth element of the list. Now let's create a new list. Numbers equal square bracket 10, 11, 12 and print it. Now let's add a new element to this list. Numbers dot append parentheses 13 and print. Now let's add a new element between the first and the second element of our list. Numbers dot insert parentheses 1, 14. Print parentheses numbers and run. Now let's remove the first element of our list. Numbers dot pop parentheses 0. Print parentheses numbers and run. Now let's remove an element we know is in the list. Numbers dot remove parentheses 11. Print parentheses numbers and run. Now let's reverse the order of the elements of our list. Numbers dot reverse parentheses print parentheses numbers. Now let's sort our list. Numbers dot sort parentheses print parentheses numbers. Now let's copy our list. N equals numbers dot copy parentheses print parentheses n. Now let's extend our list with this list we just created. Numbers dot extend parentheses n. Print parentheses numbers and run. And now let's clear our list. Numbers dot clear parentheses print parentheses numbers and run. Let's print n2 comma n and run. So we learned a lot in this lesson. Let's recap. Lesson 07 hyphen list. We learn about list. We learn how to select elements. And we learned many methods that help us manipulate lists. Append, insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort, copy, extend, clear. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about the for loop. A for loop is a way to iterate a block of code a specific number of times, eliminating the need to write the same code repeatedly. Let's try it. Lesson 08 hyphen for.py. Let's create a list. Numbers equals square brackets 0, 1, 2, 3 and print it. Print parentheses numbers and run. So far so good. Now let's create our first for loop. For n in numbers, colon, new line, print, parentheses, n, and run it. It's as if we are creating a variable n that will take on the value of each element in the list, numbers, starting from the first element. So in the first iteration we get printed 0, then 1, then 2, until the last element, which is 3. Another way you'll find for loop is with the range function, which creates an iterable data structure that we can use similarly to how we did with the list. Let's try. New line, remove the indentation. For I in range, parentheses, 10. Close parentheses, colon, print I and run it. As you can see, we obtain all the numbers from 0 to 10, excluding 10. Let's create a string. My underscore name equals quotation mark red. And I want to print just the first letter. Print, parentheses, my underscore name, square brackets, 0. And run. And we obtain just the R. That's because we can also iterate through a string as we did with the list. But can we use the range function to get the same result? To do it, we need to know the length of the string. So print parenthesis len parenthesis my underscore name. And if you run it, you can see the length of your string, that is 3 in our case. So let's put the len function inside the range function, specifying how many times it has to iterate. For I in range parenthesis len parenthesis my underscore name, because the parenthesis colon print parenthesis my underscore name square brackets I, and run it. And we obtain my name printed letter by letter. Now let's create a matrix using a nested for loop. Matrix equals square brackets new line for I in range parenthesis 1, 3 close the parenthesis colon. In this way we are telling the range function to start with 1 instead 0. For j in range parenthesis 4 close the parenthesis colon. New line pair equals square bracket I comma j. New line matrix dot append parenthesis pair, and then print parenthesis quotation mark I equals quotation mark comma I comma quotation mark j equals quotation mark comma j. Close the parenthesis, remove the indentation, and print parenthesis matrix. Close the parenthesis and run. Now we can see all the values assumed in the iteration by our two indexes I and j. Now, what can we do if we want to interrupt the iteration until something happens? We can use the break keyword. Let's try it. For I in range parenthesis 10 colon new line if I bigger than 7 colon break new line print parenthesis I. All the number between 0 to 7 has been printed. I bigger than 7 becomes true with I equals to 8, triggering the execution of the break keyword. Now let's modify 10 to 5 so that we don't trigger the if condition. And let's add else colon new line print parenthesis quotation mark the loop is finished, and run it. As you can see, the values from 0 to 4 has been printed, and since the loop completed without any interruption, also the message the loop is finished has been printed. Now let's try to make the range bigger. Let's try 50 and run. So in this case, the condition I bigger than 7 become true when I is equal to 8. This interrupts the for loop without executing the block of code inside the else statement. We learned a lot for this lesson. Let's recap. Lesson 08-4. Learn about for, else, len function, range function, and how to break a loop. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about how to import new modules into your program so you can use many other functions. Let's get started. First, create the file lesson 09-import.py. Let's import our first module, import OS, which lets us interact with our operating system. And let's use a function from that module. CWD equals os dot get CWD, parenthesis, new line, print, parenthesis, CWD, and run. As you can see, with this function we can obtain the current working directory. Files equals os.listdir, parenthesis, new line, print, parenthesis, files, and run. With this second function we obtain all the files inside our current working directory. Let's use another function, os.system, parenthesis, quotation mark, cls, pipe, clear, and run. With this command you can delete what's in the terminal, which is why it's empty. Now let's import just a single function from a module. From random import randint. For I in range, parenthesis, 10, colon, new line, print, parenthesis, randint, parenthesis, 1, 10. With this line we are asking for a random number from 1 to 10. Run, and we got them. Now let's import another function from datetime, import datetime as dt. The as is useful to rename the function. So time equals dt, parenthesis, 2022, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and print it. Print, parenthesis, time. Run it. As you can see, we obtain a date. Now let's import another function from datetime, import time delta. Print, parenthesis, time plus time delta, parenthesis, 2. In this way, we are adding 2 days to the time variable. Let's see. Now let's import another module. Import math as empty. Print parenthesis empty that costs parenthesis 3.14, almost pi, and we obtain minus 0.99. For this lesson it's enough. Let's recap. Lesson 09-import. We learned about how to import just a function with from, and how to rename a function. And we learn about us, random, datetime, and the math module. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to create a very basic version of Tic-Tac-Toe using almost everything we learned till now. Let's create the file. Lesson 10 hyphen tic hyphen tac hyphen toe.py. First, we have to create the board. Board equals quotation mark, quotation mark, quotation mark, new line, space 1, space hash, space 2, space hash, space 3, space, new line, all hash, new line, space 4, space, hash space 5 space hash space 6, new line, again all hash, new line, space 7 space hash space 8 space hash space 9 space. This is the board. Now let's create the players. Player underscore x equals empty list. Player underscore o equals empty list. Now let's create the interaction between the players and the board. For I in range parenthesis 9 colon print parenthesis board if I module 2 equals 0 colon player x dot append parenthesis input parenthesis select a number colon space a new line board equals board dot replace parenthesis player x square bracket -1 the last element comma quotation mark x, else the second player. So let's copy and paste and replace any x with an O. One, two, and 3. Let's try. One, it works. Two, and it works. Control C to interrupt. Now, let's create the winning combinations. Winning underscore combinations equals square brackets 1, 2, 3, close, comma, square brackets 4, 5, 6, close, comma, square brackets 7, 8, 9, close, comma, square brackets 1, 4, 7, close, comma, square brackets 2, 5, 8, close, comma, square brackets 3, 6, 9, close, comma, square brackets 1, 5, 9, close, comma, square brackets 3, 5, 7. Now, for combination in winning underscore combinations, colon, for j in range, parenthesis 3, colon, if str function combination square bracket j in player x, colon, we need to count equals 0, count plus equal 1. That's the same as count equals count plus 1. If count equals 3, colon, the player has won, but we need a Boolean to change when the player won. So player underscore x underscore 1 equals false. Player underscore o underscore 1 equals false. So if count equals 3, player underscore x underscore 1 equals true. Let's print parentheses, quotation marks, player x 1. Break. If player underscore x underscore 1 colon break, so the game ends. Let's try. One, 4, 2, 5, 3. Player x1. Perfect. Now let's make it nicer. From OS import system. System, parenthesis, quotation mark, CLS, pipe, clear. Let's copy. And paste here. Print, parenthesis, board. Let's try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay. Let's copy everything and replace the X with the O everywhere. Copy, paste. One, 2, 3, and 4. Let's try. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, player 0, 1. Perfect. And now let's handle the draw scenario, which occurs when the main loop finishes without either player winning. Else, system, parenthesis, quotation mark, CLS, pipe, clear. Print, parenthesis, board, print, it's a draw. Let's try again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 7. Player x1. Let's make a draw. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 8, 7, 9. Perfect, it's a draw. Let's make the player O win. 1, 7, 2, 8, 4, 3, 5, 9. Player 01. That's it for today. Let's make a title for this program. Lesson 10 hyphen Tic-Tac-Toe. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about a new type that is very similar to a list, the tuple. Let's create the file lesson 11 hyphen tuple.py. T equals parenthesis 10, 20, 30. New line, print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, t. Close the parenthesis, comma, t, and run it. And as you can see, the type is tuple. Now let's create another tuple. T1 equals 11, 12, 13, 14. New line, print, parenthesis, type, T1, close the parenthesis, comma, T1. So when we create a tuple, the comma is the fundamental part that defines the tuple. Let's try to create two other tuples. T2 equals parenthesis 9. New line, T3 equals parenthesis 9, comma. New line, print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, T2, close the parenthesis, comma, T2. New line, print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, T3, close the parenthesis, comma, T3, and run it. As you can see, the 9 without the comma is considered an integer. It's not a tuple. So tuples are immutable collections of elements, meaning we cannot add, remove, or modify any of their elements. Due to this immutability, tuples are faster and occupy less space compared to lists. This becomes particularly important when dealing with numerous collections. Now, let's try a multiple assignment. A, B, C, D equals T1. New line, print, parenthesis, A, B, C, D, and run it. As you can see, we assigned every element of T1 to a different variable. Now let's try to access every element of a tuple using two ways we already know. For item in C, column, new line, print, parenthesis, item. And for I in range, parenthesis, len, T1, close the parenthesis, column, new line, print, parenthesis, T1, square brackets, I, and run it. As we would have done with a list, we accessed every element of these two tuples. Now let's recap. Triple quotation mark, lesson 11 hyphen tuple. So in this lesson we learned a lot about this new type, the tuple. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about the while loop that is very similar to the for loop. Let's get started. Lesson 12 hyphen while.py. Count equals 0. New line, while count less than 10, column, new line, print, parenthesis, count. New line, count, plus equal 1. That is the same as count equals count plus 1. And run it. As you can see, we obtain the same as we would have using a for loop like this. For I in range, parenthesis, 10. Else, colon, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, count equals 10, and run. As in a for loop, the while loop can also be used with the else statement in the same way as we just did. Now, let's create another while loop. Count equals 0, new line, while true, column, new line, print, parenthesis, count, new line, count plus equal 1. If count double equals 10, column, new line, break, remove the indentation, else, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, unusable, and run. In this case, the while loop ended because of the break statement inside it, as we have already seen with the for loop. Let's create another while loop. Count equals 0, new line, while count less than 10, column, new line, count plus equal 1, new line, if count double equals 5, column, new line, continue, new line, print, parenthesis, count, and run. In this case, the number 5 hasn't been printed due to the continue statement. The continue statement prevents the execution of any code following it within a loop once it's executed. Let's recap. Lesson 12-while. We learned about while, else, and we learned about the continue statement. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about dictionary, an unordered collection of key value pairs. Let's get started. Lesson 13 hyphen dictionary.py. Lessons equals curly brackets, quotation mark, lesson 01, quotation mark, column, quotation mark, string, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, lesson 02, quotation mark, column, quotation mark, variable, quotation mark, and print it. Print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, lessons, comma, lessons. and run it. As you can see, is a dict type. We created a dictionary of 2 keys and 2 values. The keys are lesson 01 and lesson 02. The values are string and variable. Print, parentheses, lessons, square brackets, quotation mark, lesson 01, and run it. As you can see, in the dictionary you get the values using the keys, which is why a key must be unique. You can also print all the keys and all the values. Let's do it. Print, parentheses, lessons, dot, keys, parentheses. New line, print, parentheses, lessons, dot, values, parentheses. And run it. The keys and the values. Now let's add a new pair. Lessons, square brackets, quotation mark, lesson 03, quotation mark, close the square bracket, equals, quotation mark, integer. New line, print, lessons, and run it. And the new pair has been added. Now let's iterate through the dictionary. For key in lessons, column, new line, print, parentheses, quotation mark, key, equals, quotation mark, comma, key, comma, quotation mark, space, value, equals, quotation mark, comma, lessons, square bracket, key, and run it. So a dictionary is as iterable as a string, as a list. Now let's try to delete a pair. Del, lessons, square brackets, quotation mark, lesson 03, and print it. For I in range, parentheses, len, parentheses, lessons, column, new line, print, parentheses, list, parentheses, lesson dot values, parentheses, close the parentheses, square brackets, I, and run it. As you can see, in this way you printed just the values. Now let's recap. Lesson 13 hyphen dictionary. We learn about dictionary. We learn about keys, values, and we learn about the list function. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we're going to talk about the try statement that's used to manage errors that otherwise would interrupt the program. Let's get started. Let's create the file lesson 14 hyphen try.py. Try, column, new line, print, parentheses, 10 divided by 0, except, column, pass. New line, remove the indentation, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, program terminated, and run. So what's happened? The try statement marks the beginning of the try block. In the second line, we attempt to print 10 divided by 0. It results in a 0 division error, which triggered the except block, which contained the pass statement that is a no operation statement in Python. In this way, we have been able to print the last line. Now let's try to print the error. Exception as E. New line, print, parenthesis, E. Let's comment pass and run. Division by 0, and then printed again. Program terminated. Let's try something else. Try, column, new line, I equals input, parenthesis, quotation mark, insert a number, column, space, new line. I equals int, parenthesis, I. New line, print, parenthesis, I. Except value error, column, new line, print, parenthesis, I, comma, quotation mark, is not a number, and run. And let's insert A. A is not a number. Let's run again. Let's insert 0. And it works. We can use as many except as we want. So let's try. Print, parenthesis, 10 divided I. Except 0 division error, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, I can't be 0, and run. In this way, we are able to control what the user input when interact with the program. Let's insert 0. Let's run again. Now let's insert 1. Now let's use the else statement. Else, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, I, print, if there aren't errors. And then let's add the finally statement. Finally, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, I, print, always, and run. Let's insert A. A is not a number. I print always. Let's insert a number. 10. I print if there aren't errors. I print always. Perfect. Now let's recap. Lesson 14 hyphen try. We learned about the try, the except, the else, and the final statements, and we learn about the pass statement. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to learn how to create functions, similar to the ones we've used up until now. Let's get started. Lesson 15 hyphen function.py. To create a function you have to use the def statement. So def my underscore function parenthesis column new line print parenthesis quotation mark hello world. And run. And as you can see, nothing is in the terminal, which is why we have to call the function. So let's call it my underscore function parenthesis and run. And there it is. Hello world. Now let's create another function. Def greet parenthesis name column new line print parenthesis quotation mark hello comma name. Let's call it greet parenthesis quotation mark red and run it. And as you can see, we pass a variable red to the function and it's then used inside the function. It's like we are assigning the string red to the variable name. We can also assign a default value to a parameter in a function, which will be used if we don't provide a value when we call the function. So name equals quotation mark world. Now let's call without the parameter greet parenthesis and run. As you can see, we get hello world. Let's create another function. Def add parenthesis a comma b equals 3 column new line return a plus b. The return statement will return as a value, the sum between a and b. Let's assign this value to a variable number equals add parenthesis 2 new line print parenthesis number and run it. And as you can see, we get 5. Now let's discover another way to call many parameters using the asterisk. This is a concept you'll see more in an intermediate level, but you can see also in a basic level. Def add underscore args parenthesis asterisk args close the parenthesis column new line result equals 0 new line for n in args column new line result plus equal n new line return result. In this way we can pass as many numbers as we want, and in return we will receive the sum of all of them. Print parenthesis add underscore args parenthesis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and run it. and the sum of all of them is 21. Now let's recap. Triple quotation mark, lesson 15 hyphen function. We learned how to create a function. We learned how to return something from a function. And we learned how to handle an unknown number of parameters. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to learn how to read and write files. Let's get started. Lesson 16 hyphen read and write .py. There are two ways to read and write files. Let's start with the older method. File equals open parenthesis quotation mark the name of the file, in this case lesson 01 hyphen string.py quotation mark comma quotation mark new line content equals file dot read parenthesis new line print parenthesis content new line file dot close parenthesis and run. As you can see, we printed everything we wrote in the file. Now let's explore the alternative method, which is also considered the best practice for working with files, with open parenthesis quotation mark name of the file lesson 02 hyphen variable.py quotation mark comma quotation mark r as file column new line content equals file dot read parenthesis new line print parenthesis content and run. And we read also the second file. Now let's write into a file with open parenthesis name of the file again quotation mark output dot txt quotation mark comma quotation mark w quotation mark parenthesis as file column new line file dot write parenthesis quotation mark first line backslash n new line file dot write parenthesis quotation mark second line. Now let's read it with open parenthesis quotation mark output dot txt quotation mark comma quotation mark r quotation mark close parenthesis as file column new line print file dot read and run. And as you can see, first line, second line. Let's open the file. There it is. Now let's add a new line into the file we just created with open parenthesis quotation mark output.txt, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, a, quotation mark, parenthesis, as file, column, new line, file dot write, parenthesis, quotation mark, second line, new line, with, open, parenthesis, quotation mark, output.txt, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, r, quotation mark, parenthesis, as file, column, new line, print, parenthesis, file, dot read, and run it. As you can see, we obtain again second line. Let's open the file to see, and that's correct. Now let's eliminate the file. Import OS dot remove, parenthesis, quotation mark, output dot txt, and run. And we removed the file. Let's recap. Triple quotation mark, lesson 16 hyphen read and write. We learned how to open a file in two ways. Open with as. We learn how to use the read function, the write function, and the remove function. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to explore a crucial topic that you need to understand because it's widely used: list comprehension, which is a concise way to create lists in Python. Let's get started. Lesson 17 hyphen list comprehension .py. Numbers equals square brackets x for x in range parenthesis 5. Let's print parenthesis numbers and run. And as you can see, we created a list from 0 to 4 using a for loop. Let's create another list. Squares equal square brackets x double asterisk 2 for x in range parenthesis 5. New line, print parenthesis squares and run. And as you can see, we get all the numbers from 0 to 4 raised to the power of 2. Double underscore even equals square brackets x multiplied by 2 for x in numbers if x module 2 double equals 0. New line, print parenthesis double underscore even and run. And as you can see, we get the even numbers from 0 to 4 multiplied by 2. That's because with the if statement we check if the numbers in the list are even, and if they are, we multiply them by 2. Now let's create a matrix. Matrix equals square brackets numbers for x in range parentheses 3. New line, print, parentheses, matrix. And as you can see, we obtain a matrix with 3 lists from 0 to 4. Now let's recreate the same list showing the nested list comprehension. Matrix 2 equals square brackets x for x in range parentheses 5. Close the parentheses, close the square bracket for y in range parentheses 3. New line, print, parentheses, matrix 2. And we obtain the same result as before. Let's recap. Triple quotation mark, lesson 17 hyphen list comprehension. In this lesson, we learned about this comprehension. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about a concise way to create functions using the Lambda keyword. Let's get started. Lesson 18 hyphen Lambda function .py. Add equals Lambda x colon x plus 1. New line, print, parentheses, add, parentheses, 3, and run. As you can see, the variable add behaves like a function. So, Lambda functions are used when you need a quick function without formally defining a full function using the def keyword. Let's create another Lambda function. Add underscore numbers equal Lambda x comma y column x plus y. New line, print, parentheses, add underscore numbers, parentheses, 4, 5, and run. And we get 9. Let's create a list, letters equal square bracket, quotation mark, for y, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, 3z, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, 5a, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, 6x, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, 6w. A new line. Print, parentheses, letters. New line, letters, dot, sort, parentheses, key, equals, lambda, x, column, len, parentheses, x. New line, print, parentheses, letters. And run. As you can see, By using the lambda function inside the sort function, we managed to sort the strings by their length instead of alphabetically. Now let's create a function, def add underscore 1, parenthesis, n, close the parenthesis, column, new line, return lambda x, column, x plus n, new line, number equal, add underscore 1, parenthesis, 20, new line, print, parenthesis, number, parenthesis, 1, and run it. In this way, we assigned the lambda function with n equals 20 to the variable number, and then we print the result of the variable number with the parameter 1. Now let's recap. Triple quotation mark, lesson 18 hyphen lambda function, where we learn about lambda functions and how to use the key inside the sort function. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson I'm going to talk about a recently introduced feature in Python, the match statement. Let's create the file. Lesson 19 hyphen match.py. Command equals input parenthesis quotation mark, choose a greeting, column space, new line, match, command, column, new line, case, quotation mark, 1, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, hi, new line, case, quotation mark, 2, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, hello, new line, case, underscore, column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, invalid choice, and run it. The match statement compares the command with each of the case statements. Let's try. 1, and we get high. Run again. 2, and we get low. The underscore is used as the default and is executed if none of the other cases match. Let's try. 3, invalid choice. Now, let's create a new variable, item equals 2. Match item, column, new line, case, int, parenthesis, x. If x greater than 0, column, new line, print, parenthesis, item is a positive number, quotation mark, comma, x, new line, case, str, parenthesis, x, column, new line, print parenthesis quotation mark item is a string, quotation mark column X. Case list parenthesis X column new line print parenthesis quotation mark item is a list, quotation mark comma X, and run it. First, let's analyze it. To match the first case, the item must be an integer greater than 0. To match the second case, the item must be a string. To match the third case, the item must be a list. Let's try. Let's choose the greeting. 1. Item is a positive number because it's 2. Let's change it. -2. And run it. Choose a greeting again. 2. We didn't obtain anything because the item doesn't match any of the cases. Now let's make it a string and run it. Three. Item is a string -2. Let's make it a list and run it. Four. Item is a list. Let's recap. Triple quotation mark. Lesson 19 hyphen match. We learned about the match case and how to use it. So, for this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to create Snake, the game. Let's create the file lesson 20 snake.py. Let's make some import useful for our program. Import os new line, import time new line, import random new line, import msv crt. And let's create some constants. Board underscore width equal 20. Board underscore 8 equal 5. Difficulty equal 8. Let's create the main function. Def main parenthesis column. Let's create the main loop while true column new line. And let's create the draw function, which will take care of draw everything at any loop simulating the movement. So let's create the head of the snake. Head underscore position equals square brackets board underscore width double slash 2 comma board underscore height double slash 2, and that will be the starting point. Let's create the tail. Tail underscore positions equals square brackets head underscore position dot copy. And let's create the fruit. Fruit underscore position equal create underscore fruit parentheses tail positions. Let's create this function def create underscore fruit parentheses tail underscore positions column new line fruit underscore position equal square brackets random dot randint parentheses 1 comma board underscore width close the parentheses comma random dot randint parentheses 1 comma board underscore height. And this position can be one of the tail positions, so we have to check for this. Let's copy this line and then while fruit underscore position in tail underscore positions column new line, and let's paste here new line return fruit underscore position. In this way the fruit should always appear in an empty position. Now let's create also the draw function def draw parentheses fruit underscore position comma head underscore position comma tail underscore positions column new line, and let's create the board equal create underscore board parentheses fruit underscore position comma head underscore position comma tail underscore position. And let's create this function def create underscore board parentheses fruit underscore position comma head underscore position comma tail underscore position column new line board equals empty string new line, and let's create two loops for I in range parentheses board underscore height plus 2 because we have to consider also the thickness of the board column new line for j in range parentheses board underscore width plus 2 column new line if I double equals 0 or j double equals 0 or I double equals board underscore height plus 1 or j double equals board underscore width plus 1 column new line board plus equal quotation mark hash, which will be the perimeter of our board. If fruit underscore position double equals square brackets j comma I column new line board plus equal quotation marks f. This will be the fruit new line if head underscore position double equals square brackets j comma I column new line board plus equal quotation marks o. If square brackets j comma I in tail positions column new line board plus equal quotation marks o new line else column new line board plus equal quotation marks space new line board plus equal quotation mark backslash n new line return board. So this function converts the position of any object into a graphical representation, which we are going to call any loop of the main loop after clearing the terminal. Let's do it. os.system parenthesis quotation mark cls new line, print, parenthesis, board. And let's also update the tail positions, removing the first element and appending the head position. In this way, the tail positions array will always contain the position of any part of the snake. Tail underscore positions dot pop parenthesis 0. Tail underscore position dot append parenthesis head underscore position dot copy parenthesis. Now let's add all these to the draw function. Fruit underscore position, comma, head underscore position, comma, tail underscore positions. And let's add time dot sleep parenthesis 1 slash difficulty. So higher the difficulty, quicker the snake. Let's call the main function main parenthesis, and let's try to run it. As you can see, it doesn't move because we had to create the function, and we have to manage the directions, which means to keep track of the current direction of the snake. So we are going to create a dictionary with 3 directions set as false and 1 direction set as true. Directions equal curly brackets, quotation marks, right, quotation marks, column, true, comma, quotation marks, left, quotation mark, column, false, comma, quotation marks, up, quotation mark, column, false, comma, quotation marks, down, quotation mark, column, false. And let's update the head position. Head position equal move parenthesis head underscore position, comma, directions. Let's create this function. Def move parenthesis head underscore position, comma, directions. First we have to get the key. Column, new line, key equal get underscore pressed underscore key parenthesis. And let's create this function. Def get underscore pressed underscore key column new line if msv crt dot kb hit parenthesis column return msv crt dot get ch parenthesis dot decode parenthesis new line else column return empty string. Now let's go back to our move function. If key double equals quotation marks d quotation mark column new line head underscore position square brackets 0 plus equal 1 and directions square brackets quotation marks right equals true. Else if key double equals quotation marks a quotation marks column new line head position square brackets 0 minus equal 1 new line directions square brackets quotation mark left equals true. We have to set all the time the direction as true. Else if key double equals quotation marks S, quotation mark, column, new line, head position, square brackets, 1 plus equal 1. Directions, square brackets, quotation marks, down, equals true. New line, elif, key, double equals, quotation marks, W, column, new line, head underscore position, square brackets, 1, minus equal 1, and set the direction as true. Directions, square brackets, quotation marks, up, equals true. Else, we have to manage the case when none of those has been pushed. Else, if directions, square brackets, quotation marks, right, quotation marks, square brackets, double equals, true, head underscore positions, square brackets, 0, plus equal 1. If directions, square brackets, quotation marks, left, double equals, true, column, new line, head underscore position, square brackets, 0, minus equal 1. Now vertically, if directions, square brackets, quotation marks, down, double equals true, column, new line, head underscore position, square brackets, 1 plus equal 1. New line, if directions, square brackets, quotation marks, up, double equals true, new line, head underscore position, square brackets, 1, minus equal 1. Now with a notice, we have also to set the perpendicular directions to false. So let's do it. Directions, square brackets, quotation marks, up, equal false. Let's copy and paste this line, paste, down, let's copy them in the other elif, paste, paste here, and let's change, left, right, let's copy, and let's paste here, and so everything should be work perfectly. And we have also to manage it when we touch the perimeter. So head underscore position equal change underscore side, parenthesis, head underscore position, and let's already return the head underscore position. Return head underscore position. Now let's create the function. Def change underscore side, parenthesis, head underscore position, column, new line, if head underscore position, square bracket, 0, double equals 0, column, new line, head underscore position, square brackets, 0, equal, bore underscore width. In this way, when we touch the side of the board, the head will be sent in the other side of the board. If head underscore position, square brackets, 0, double equals, bore underscore width, plus 1, column, new line, head underscore position, 0, equal 1. And that's the same for the vertical position. So let's copy and let's paste. The zeros becomes 1, and we have to switch board width with board height. Let's return the head position, and that's it. I think we can run it. Let's try it. Let's move this around. It goes down. Okay, it goes down. We have to manage the interaction with the fluid, and it can't go back in the same direction. We have to manage also this thing. So let's do this thing. So if k double equals quotation marks the and directions square brackets quotation marks left quotation marks double equals false. Let's do it for the others. And direction square brackets quotation marks right quotation marks double equal false, and directions square brackets quotation marks up quotation marks double equals false, and directions square brackets quotation marks down double equals false. And so that should be okay. Now I had to create the interaction with the fluid and with itself also. So if head underscore position in tail underscore positions column new line break, and if head underscore position double equals fluid underscore position column new line tail underscore position dot append parenthesis head underscore position dot copy parenthesis fluid underscore position equals create underscore fluid parenthesis tail underscore positions, and I can create also the score. So let's create the score variable score equals 0, and let's increment it score plus equal 9. I think it's everything now. Should work perfectly. Let's print the score. So comma score comma score new line print parenthesis quotation marks score column comma score, and I think that's it. Let's run it and let's try it. Let's try to take this fruit. It works. Let's try again. All in the same line. Cool. Let's try to get this fruit too. And then we can also try to die. Okay. I think it's been a good lesson. We did a lot. So let's recap. Lesson 20 - snake. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about f-strings, which are a very common way to manipulate strings in order to print them. Let's get started. First, let's create the file lesson 21 f string.py. Let's create a variable s equal quotation mark Python, quotation mark, new line, print, parenthesis, and now f quotation mark, curly brackets, s, and run. And as you can see, just the variable has been printed, just what's inside the quotation marks. Let's try to format our string s.title, parenthesis, and run. And the first letter should be uppercase. As you can see, it is. Now, let's try to create two other variables, and one equals 1 and 2 equals 2, print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, curly brackets, and 1, close the bracket, plus, curly brackets, and 2 equals, curly brackets, and 1 plus and 2, and run. One plus 2 equals 3. So we can insert all the expressions we want inside the curly brackets. Now, let's try to insert a float. Pi equals 3.141599265, and let's print it. Print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, pi equals, curly brackets, pi, colon, dot, 2f, and run. As you can see, with this little format, we printed just the first 2 decimals. Now, let's try to print using the double quotation mark, print, parenthesis, f, double quotation mark, and 1 equals, curly brackets, and 1, colon, 010d, and run. In this case, we formatted our variable so that n leading zeros ensure a total width of 10 characters. Another common problem when we use quotation marks is how to use quotation marks inside the quotation marks. Let's explore one solution. Print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, curly brackets, s dot replace, parenthesis, double quotation mark, p, comma, double quotation mark, p in uppercase, and close the parenthesis, and run. And as you can see, we have been able to use the double quotation marks inside the quotation mark, as we always did. And now let's try to print multi-line using f-strings. Let's try 2 ways. Backslash n, quotation mark, backslash f, quotation mark, it, backslash, quotation mark, s, curly brackets, s, and run. As you can see, as we did with the normal string, we printed a quotation mark inside quotation marks using backslash. And we use the backslash also to make our code more compact, which is very important, especially when you deal with very long strings. Now let's try another way to print multi-line using f-strings. Print, parentheses, f, 6 quotation marks. Now between the 6 quotation marks, curly brackets, s dot replace, parentheses, quotation mark, p, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, p in uppercase, and new line, it's curly brackets, s. So using f-strings might be a bit uncomfortable when you start to use it, but it's used really a lot. You'll see it in a lot of code, so you needed to know, and now you do. So let's recap. Lesson 21 hyphen f hyphen string. We learn about f-string. We learn about the title function. We learned about the replace function. And we learned two nice ways to format our variables. .2f and 010d. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about a new type, the set type. A set is a collection of distinct elements with no specific order. Let's create the file lesson 22 hyphen set.py. Let's create our first set as equal curly brackets 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 5, 5. And let's print it. Print, parentheses, type s, s, and run it. As you can see, we printed our first set, which contains all the numbers we inserted in ascending order without repetitions. This is a set. Now let's try to print an empty set. Empty equal set, parentheses, new line, print, type, parentheses, empty, comma, empty, and run it. So, this is how we can create an empty set. Now, let's create another set with different types inside. S1 equal curly bracket, quotation mark, a, quotation mark, comma, true, comma, 2, comma, 3.14. And let's print it, print, parentheses, S1. Now let's try to access one element of a set. Try, column, new line, print, parentheses, s, square brackets, 0. New line, except, print, parentheses, you cannot access values by index. and run. As you can see, we can't, but we can check if an element is in the set. Let's try. If 1 in S column, new line, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, 1 is present, and run. So, this is the way to check if an element is in a set. Now, let's try to iterate through a set. For element in S column, new line, print, parenthesis, element. Now, let's try to convert a list into a set. Let's create a list. L equal square bracket 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3. And let's print this list as a set using the set function. Print, parenthesis, set, parenthesis, L, and run it. As you can see, we obtain a set from the list. Now let's try some of the most common methods of a set. S dot add, parenthesis, 6, print, parenthesis, S, and run it. Now let's try to add 6 again to see what happened. Let's copy and paste these two lines. As you can see, if you try to add an element that's already in a set, nothing happens. Now let's try to remove an element. S dot remove, parenthesis, 6. Print, parenthesis, S, and run it. So, we removed 6. Now, let's try another way to remove an element, which is very useful if we don't know if the element is in the set. S dot discard, parenthesis, 5. New line, print, parenthesis, S, and run it. Now let's copy a set. S2 equals S dot copy, parenthesis, new line, print, parenthesis, S2, and run it. As you can see, we copied our set as we did for lists. Now let's try some set-specific method. Print, parenthesis, S1 dot intersection, parenthesis, S, and run. The intersection between two sets returns the elements that are common to both sets. In this case, the Boolean element true is converted to 1, which is why the intersection returns 1 and 2. Let's try another one. Print, parenthesis, S1 dot union, parenthesis, S, and run. In this case, we obtain the union between the two sets. Let's try the last one. Print, parenthesis, S1 dot difference, parenthesis, S, and run. Clearly, we obtain the difference in this case. Now let's recap. lesson 22 hyphen set. We learned about the set type, we learned about the set function, and we learned many specific set methods: add, remove, discard, copy, intersection, difference, union. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about a new type, the Frozenset, which is very similar to the set type except it's immutable. So let's create the file. Lesson 23 hyphen Frozenset .py. fs equals Frozenset parentheses square brackets 1, 3, 2 and print it. Print parentheses type parentheses fs fs and run it. So we printed our first Frozenset, which is symbolized with curly brackets instead of the square brackets we used. Unlike for the set, the numbers are in ascending order. Let's create another Frozenset using a different bracket. fs1 equal Frozenset parentheses 2, 4, 3, 6, 5 and print it. Print parentheses type parentheses fs1 fs1 and run it. Also in this case the parentheses have been replaced with curly brackets. That's because to create a Frozenset we used the Frozenset function, which takes an iterable and returns a Frozenset that is an unordered, immutable set of unique elements. Let's try something else. S equal curly brackets 1, 3, 2, 6. New line. fs2 equals Frozenset parentheses s and print it. Print parentheses type parentheses fs2 fs2 and run. As you can see, we created our third Frozenset. Now let's try some methods. Print parentheses fs dot union parentheses fs1 and run. Okay, let's try another one. Print parentheses fs dot intersection parentheses fs2 and run it. Let's try another one. Print parentheses fs dot difference parentheses s and run it. So those are the same method used in the last lesson. Let's try something new. Print parentheses fs dot symmetric difference parentheses fs1 and run. The symmetric difference returns the set of elements that are unique to each Frozenset. Let's try another one. Print parentheses fs dot is subset parentheses fs2 and run it. This method returns true if all elements of the first set are present in the second set. Let's try the opposite. Print parenthesis fs dot is superset parenthesis fs2 and run it. Now let's create another Frozenset. fs3 equals Frozenset parenthesis curly brackets 3, 2, 1. New line, print parenthesis fs3 double equals fs and run it. As you can see, we get true. That's because they represent the same set of elements. Now let's try to iterate through a Frozenset for element in fs3 column, new line, print parenthesis element and run. Now let's recap. Lesson 23 hyphen Frozenset. We learn about the Frozenset type. We learned about the Frozenset function, and we learn many methods: union, intersection, difference, symmetric difference, is subset, and is superset. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about enumerate, a function which is very useful when you need to use the index and the value of an iterable, like a string or a list. Let's create the file. Lesson 24 hyphen enumerate.py. Let's create a variable s equal quotation mark Python, quotation mark, new line, for index, comma, element in enumerate, parenthesis, s, column, new line, print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, index equal, curly brackets, index, comma, element equals, curly brackets, element. Using enumerate in a for loop is very similar to write both for index in range parenthesis lam parenthesis s and for element in s. Let's run it. So, using enumerate in a for loop makes the code more clean and readable. Now, I know that using enumerate may seem unnecessarily complex, but it's just a matter of getting used to it. Now let's try to create a list. L equals square brackets, quotation mark, A, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, B, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, C, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, D. New line, for index, comma, element in enumerate, parenthesis, L, comma, start equal 3. In this way, the index will start from 3 instead 0. Print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, index, equal, curly brackets, index, comma, element, equal, curly brackets, element, and run it. As you can see, index equals 3, element equals a, and so on. Now let's make also the list, start from the third element. Square brackets, 3, colon, and run it. In this way we can easily use just part of a list. Now let's try to use a dictionary. D equals, curly brackets, quotation mark, a, quotation mark, column, 1, comma, quotation mark, b, quotation mark, column, 2, comma, quotation mark, c, quotation mark, column, 3. Let's create a loop for index, comma, parenthesis, k, comma, value, close the parenthesis, in enumerate, parenthesis, d dot items, parenthesis, column, new line, print, parenthesis, f, quotation mark, index, equal, curly brackets, index, comma, key, equals, curly brackets, key, comma, value, equals, curly brackets, value, and run it. And as you can see, we obtain in the cleanest way the index, the key, and the value. Now let's recap. Lesson 24 enumerate. We learned about the enumerate function and how to use it. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to discuss some practice you might encounter when using the for loop. Let's create the file. Lesson 25 more for loop uses .py. Now let's create a for loop for underscore in range parenthesis 2 column new line print parenthesis quotation marks hello, and run it. So you can use the underscore convention when you don't need to use the value of each iteration. In this way, looking at your code, you'll immediately understand that that loop is only used to carry out a specific task a certain number of times. And not only. Let's try another example. Let's create a list of lists. L equal square brackets 1, 2, 3, square brackets 4, 5, 6, close the square bracket, square brackets 7, 8, 9. Let's say we want to print just the first and the last number of our list of lists. For x, underscore, z. In L, column, new line, print, parenthesis, x, z, and run it. As you can see, we printed just the first and the last number of any lists in our list, using the underscore convention. Now let's discover another way to use the for loop. For index in range parenthesis 0, 10, 2. Column, new line, print, parenthesis, index, and run it. So in the range function, the first number is the starting point. The second number is the arriving point, and the third number are the steps. In this case, we are stepping by 2 and starting from 0, which is why we get printed from 0 to 8, because the arriving number is not used. Now let's create another example. Names equal square brackets, quotation mark, Fred, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, Bob, quotation mark, comma, quotation mark, Carl, quotation mark, new line, age equals square brackets 28, 19, 22. New line, for name, age in zip parenthesis names, ages. Column, new line, print parenthesis f quotation mark curly brackets name is curly brackets age years old, and let's run it. So using the zip function, we have been able to access any element of 2 different lists in a clean way. And there is more, because if one of the lists is shorter than the other one, it will stop at that point. Let's try. Let's remove the last stage and run it. And just the first 2 names and ages have been printed. Now let's try one last thing, a dictionary comprehension. D equals curly brackets n column n double asterisk 2 4 n in range parenthesis 3. New line, print, parenthesis, type, parenthesis, d, comma, d, and run it. And as you can see, we created our first dictionary using dict comprehension. Now let's recap. Lesson 25 hyphen more for loop uses. We learned about the underscore convention, for underscore. We learned about a new way to use the range function. We learned about the zip function. And we learned about the dict comprehension. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about chained comparison, which is the ability to combine multiple comparison operations into a single expression. Let's create the file. Lesson 26 hyphen chained comparison .py. Let's make a multiple assignment n1, n2, comma, and 3 equals 1, comma, 2, comma, 3. New line, if n1 less than n2 less than n3, column, new line, print, parentheses, quotation marks, n1 less than n2 less than n3, and run it. And as you can see, the chained comparison returned true, which led to printing. Now let's create a list. L1 equals square brackets 1, 2, 3. New line, L2 equal L1. New line, L3 equal L1 dot copy. Parentheses, let's print them. New line, print, parentheses, L1, comma, L2, comma, L3. And as you can see, they look the same, but are they really the same thing? Let's discover it. New line, print, parentheses, F, quotation marks, L1, column, curly brackets, ID, parentheses, L1, close the parentheses, backslash, N, L2, column, curly brackets, ID, parentheses, L2, close the parentheses, backslash, N, L3, column, curly brackets, ID, parentheses, L3, and run it. And as you can see, L1 and L2 has the same identifier. L3 has a different one. What does it mean? Let's try something else. If L1 double equals L2 double equals L3, column, new line, print, parentheses, quotation mark, L1 equal L2 equal L3. As you can see, they are the same thing. Now, let's try something else. If L1 is L2 is L3, column, new line, print, parentheses, quotation marks, L1, comma, L2 and L3 have the same ID. New line, else, column, print, parentheses, L1, comma, L2 or L3 have different IDs. And as you can see, using the chained comparison and the is operator, we compared the ID of our list. Now, let's try to add an elif. Elif L1 is L2 is not L3, column, new line, print, parentheses, quotation mark, L1 and L2 have the same ID, comma, L3 has a different ID, and run it. And there it is. Now let's try to change a value in a list. L2 square brackets 0 equals 10. New line, print, parentheses, L1, comma, L2, comma, L3. and run it. And as you can see, the lists with the same identifier have changed. The other one has not, which is why it's very important to use the copy method. Now let's recap. Lesson 26 hyphen chained comparison. We learned about the chained comparison. We learned about the ID function. And we learned how to use the is and not operators. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to learn how to read the documentation of Python using the dir and help function. Let's create the file lesson 27 hyphen documentation.py. First, let's try to use the dir function. Print parenthesis dir parenthesis and run it. When the dir function has called without arguments, returns a list of names in the current local scope, which is why all the import we made will be listed. Now let's try to use it with an argument. Print parenthesis dir parenthesis double underscore built-ins double underscore and run it. And as you can see, we printed all the built-in functions of Python, which are functions that are always available. You may recognize some of them, like zip, range, type, tuple, str, print, Frozenset. Then there are all the available exceptions, and the Boolean true and false, plus some special attributes. Now, let's try to use the dir function with a function we already used. But first, let's create a divider, print, parentheses, quotation marks, hash, asterisk, 50. New line, print, parentheses, dir, parentheses, print. As you can see, we printed a list with a lot of attributes. Those are dunder methods. Dunder stands for double underscore. And if you are looking for the documentation, the dunder doc is what you are looking for. Let's try it. Print parentheses print dot double underscore doc double underscore and run it. As you can see, we printed the documentation of the print function, which tells us where it prints to a stream or to a sys.stdout, and which arguments we can use to modify, for example, what is the last value. We can use also a function to explore the documentation. Let's try. Help, parentheses, print, and run it. And as you can see, we obtain almost the same as before, maybe more clear and detailed. For example, we can see the default values, the space as separator, the new line character as end value, and so on. Now let's click enter to terminate. Now let's copy the line with the divider, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Comment the help line, print parentheses list dot append dot double underscore doc double underscore and run it. As you can see, append object to the end of the list. Let's try to use the help function. Help parenthesis list dot append. And as you can see, a bit more as before, it's more clear the output of the help function, but it's almost the same. Now let's import a couple of modules. Import math, comma, sys. Let's create another line, paste, print, parenthesis, dir, parenthesis, math, and run. And as you can see, here there are all the functions inside the math module. Log, log10, sin, sqrt, and so on. Now let's read the documentation of one of that. Print, parenthesis, math dot log. That double underscore doc double underscore and run it. Return the logarithm of x to the given base. Perfect. Let's paste another divider. Then print parenthesis sys dot std lib underscore module underscore names and run it. This print contains all the modules that you can use from the Python standard library. For example, os, math, and so on. Now let's try to filter the elements that start with an underscore. But first, let's read the documentation about the filter function. Print, parenthesis, filter, dot, double underscore, doc, double underscore, and run it. So it wants a function or none and an iterable, which will be our Frozenset. And the function will be a Lambda function and returns a filter object that we will transform into a set. So the final set function that we want to generate will be composed of all the elements of the Frozenset that returns true in the Lambda function. Let's do it. Filter, parenthesis, comma, and before, close the parenthesis after the iterable, lambda, x, column, not x dot star suite, parenthesis, quotation mark, underscore. This way should filter all the elements that starts with an underscore. Let's make a set of this and then let's put everything in the sorted function. Let's try. And here it is. There are the time module, there are the sys module, the math module, showTale, random. Those are all available modules of the Python standard library. Now let's try another interesting thing. Let's try to run Python from the terminal. Python, if you have Linux, is probably Python 3. dir, parentheses, print, and push enter. In the terminal, we can run any function we will write into a file. If the function returns a value, it will be automatically printed. So the terminal is perfect to use the dir and the help function. Let's try to use the help function, help, parentheses, print. And we obtain the same as before. Then exit, parentheses, enter, and you are back in your terminal. Now let's recap. Lesson 27 hyphen documentation. We learned about the dir function. We learned about the help function. We learned about the filter function and the sorted function. And we learned about the double underscore doc, double underscore. And we learn about the stdlib underscore module underscore names, which contains all the function available in the standard library. And we learn how to use some command from the terminal. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about the main block, which will serve as the entry point of our programs from now on. Let's create the file, lesson 28 hyphen main block.py. Let's create a function, def main, parentheses, column, new line, print, parentheses, double underscore, file, double underscore. We already saw this special variable in the last lesson, but we didn't use it. So, this special variable holds the path of the current Python file, and it will be useful to illustrate a point in this lesson. Now, let's create the true main block. If double underscore name double underscore double equals quotation mark double underscore main double underscore close the quotation mark column new line main parentheses and run it. And as you can see, we obtain the path of the file in which it is. But how it's possible? It's possible just if the double underscore name double underscore it's equal to double underscore main double underscore. That's the only way to allow the execution of the main function. So let's try to print the double underscore name double underscore variable. Print parentheses f quotation mark double underscore name double underscore equal curly brackets double underscore name double underscore and run it. And as you can see, it's equals to double underscore main double underscore. That's because when a Python file is executed, the double underscore name double underscore is set to double underscore main double underscore. In this way, what's inside the main block will be executed. Now, Programs are usually composed of many files. So what's happened in the other files to the _name variable? Let's discover it, creating a new file using a function. So def create _ test _ file parenthesis column new line with open parenthesis quotation mark test _ file dot py quotation mark comma quotation mark w quotation mark close the parenthesis as file column new line file that write parenthesis, and let's copy the main function and the main block inside here. 6 quotation marks, new line, and let's copy everything down here. Def main, if name, and paste it. Now let's call this function create _ test _ file and run it. And as you can see, we created our test _ file.py, which is equal except for the create test function. Now let's try to run it, and as you can see, also here the _name is equal to _main . when we run it from that file. Now let's try to import that file into our main file. Import test _ file test _ file dot main. As you can see, our _name it's equal to main. Instead, the _name of the imported file it's equal to test _ file. So only the executed file has the variable name set to main. The all other imported file, not directly executed, has the name of the file itself. Now let's delete the test file and the PyCache folder up here, and let's recap. Lesson 28 main block. We learned about the main block. We learned about the _name . We learned about the file . And for this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to talk about annotations, which are used to improve code clarity and create documentation. Let's create the file lesson 29 annotation.py. Let's create a function def breathe parenthesis name. Till here, nothing new. Now, column str. Close the parenthesis. Arrow symbol str. Column new line return f string hello curly brackets name. new line, def main, parenthesis, column, new line, print, parenthesis, greet, parenthesis, quotation marks, red. And now let's create the main block. If double underscore name double underscore double equals quotation marks double underscore main double underscore new line main parenthesis and run it. As you can see, this is a very simple function, but will be easier to understand what a function does by just reading the annotations. And there is more, because we can access any annotations by using the special variable double underscore annotations double underscore. Let's try to print that annotations. Print parenthesis greet dot double underscore annotations double underscore and run it. And as you can see, we printed our annotation, which contains the name of the variable and his expected types, in this case a string, and what will be the returned expected type, in this case a string. Now let's create a docstring annotation. Triple quotation mark, greet a person, triple quotation marks. And let's print also this docstring annotation. Print parenthesis greet dot double underscore doc double underscore and run it. As you can see, we printed also the docstring annotation. That's a really good practice to keep documentation of your code. Now let's create another function. Def triangle underscore area parenthesis base column float comma height column float arrow symbol float column new line area column float equal base multiplied by height divided by 2. New line, return, area. Let's print it. Print, parenthesis, triangle area, parenthesis, 5.5, comma, 2.3. And let's print also the annotations. Print, parenthesis, triangle underscore area dot double underscore annotations double underscore and run it. And as you can see, we printed the annotation and we printed the result of the calculation. Now, what happens if we insert a different type from the one we specified in the annotation? Let's try. Print, parenthesis, triangle underscore area, parenthesis, 4, 8, and run it. And as you can see, it works anyway. That's because annotations improve readability and are useful to manage documentation, nothing else. Now let's try to print the largest area calculated using our function. Let's create a global variable. Largest underscore area equal 0. This variable is a global variable because it's accessible from anywhere in your code. Let's try to access it by printing it. Print, parenthesis, largest underscore area, and run it. And as you can see, it printed 0. Now, let's modify our function so that every time we call it, the largest value saved is compared to the newly calculated area, and if it's larger, we reassign the new area to the global variable largest area. So if area bigger than largest underscore area, column, new line, largest underscore area equals area. Now there is an issue. When you want to access a global variable, it's not a big deal. But when you need to reassign it, you need to use the global keyword. Otherwise, the compiler will return an error or create a local variable with the same name as the global variable. So let's add in the first line of our function the global keyword followed by the variable name. So global largest underscore area, and let's run it. And as you can see, we obtain that the largest area is 16. Now let's recap. Lesson 29 hyphen annotation. In this lesson we learned about annotations. We learned about the double underscore annotations, double underscore. We learned about the double underscore doc, double underscore. And we learned how to deal with a global variable. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we are going to create Tetris, the game. Let's get started. First, let's create the file lesson 30 hyphen Tetris.py. Then let's import some functions from os import system, from time import sleep, from random import choice, from msv crt import kbhit getch. And now let's create some constants. Board underscore width equals 10. Board underscore height equal 10. Drop underscore rate equals 3. And then let's create all the shapes of a common Tetris game. Shapes equals square brackets, square brackets, square brackets, 1, 1, 1. Close the square brackets, comma, new line, square brackets, 0, 1, 0. As you can see, you can recognize which piece is this one. Now I'm going to copy the other one. And as you can see, all the pieces are symbolized by the numbers, which are different because any numbers will be a different color. Let's create also the colors. Colors equal square brackets, quotation marks, backslash 033, square brackets, 38, semicolon, 5, semicolon, 8, m, and remove the square bracket, comma, and then I'm going to pass again the other colors. Any of these strings represent a different color. Now let's create some global variable. Playing equal true. Let's create the board. Board equal square brackets, 0, for underscore in range parenthesis board underscore width, for underscore in range parenthesis board underscore height. So the board starts as a list of zeros. Then let's pick the block randomly. Block equal choice parenthesis shapes, new line, block underscore x equal board underscore width double slash 2 minus 2. So the block will start from the middle. Let's take care also of the vertical side. Block underscore y equals 0. And let's set also the scores. Score equal 0. Lines equal 0. Now let's create the main. Def main parenthesis column new line while playing, column new line print underscore board parenthesis new line sleep parenthesis 1/drop underscore rate, and then let's create the main block. If name double equals quotation marks double underscore main double underscore column new line main parenthesis. And now let's create this function def print underscore board parenthesis new line. First we need to know the color of the current block, so block underscore color equal square brackets C for C in block square brackets 0 if C not equal to 0. And then we are going to take the first element of this list, so square brackets 0. Then new line system parenthesis quotation marks CLS. And then we can start the loop through the board for y in range parenthesis board underscore 8 column new line for x in range parenthesis board underscore width column new line if x in range parenthesis block underscore x comma block underscore x plus len parenthesis block square brackets 0 and y in range parenthesis block underscore y comma block underscore y plus len parenthesis block column new line if block square brackets y minus block underscore y close the brackets square brackets x minus block underscore x not equal to 0 column new line print parenthesis colors square brackets block underscore color plus quotation mark. And now you can copy the square from the description of the video down here and paste. Plus colors square brackets 0, comma, and equal quotation marks space. And then let's copy this line, new line, else, column, and paste. Let's change the square into a dot, and let's change block underscore color to board square brackets y square brackets x. New line, the indent, else, column, if board square brackets y square brackets x not equal to 0, column, new line, let's paste again, let's change the board underscore color to board of y and x, new line, else, column, new line, let's paste again, and let's change again into a dot and into board of y and x. New line, the indent twice, call an empty print, new line, the indent, print, parenthesis, quotation mark, hyphen, quotation mark, multiplied by, parenthesis, board underscore width, multiplied by 2, minus 1. And then let's print also the scores. Print, parenthesis, f-string, lines, column, curly brackets, lines, score, column, curly brackets, score, and run. As you can see, here is the board, where is the block, and we have to make this block move downwards. So let's create this function, move underscore down, parenthesis. Let's create this function, def move underscore down, parenthesis, column, new line. We need to access block underscore y, so global block underscore y, new line, and then we have to check for collision. So we are going to create a new function, if detect underscore collision, parenthesis, block underscore x, comma, block underscore y plus 1, comma, block. Close the parenthesis, column, new line. In that case, we are going to place the block. So let's create another function, place underscore block, parenthesis, new line, else, column, block underscore y plus equal 1. Let's create those functions, def detect underscore collision, parenthesis, x, comma, y, comma, block, column, new line, for row in range, parenthesis, len, parenthesis, block, column, new line, for call in range, parenthesis, len, parenthesis, block, square brackets, 0, column, new line, if block, square brackets, row, square brackets, call, not equal to 0, column, new line, if x plus col less than 0, or x plus col bigger or equals to board underscore width, or y plus row bigger or equal than board underscore height. Column new line, return true. New line, board square brackets y plus row square brackets x plus col different than 0, column new line, return true. New line, otherwise return false. Now let's create the other function, def place underscore block parenthesis column new line global block underscore x comma block underscore y comma block. Block underscore color equals square brackets C for C in block square brackets 0 if C not equals to 0. First element, so square brackets 0. New line for row in range parenthesis len parenthesis block. Column new line for col in range parenthesis len parenthesis block square brackets 0. Column new line if block square brackets row square brackets col not equals to 0, column new line board square brackets block underscore y plus row square brackets block underscore x plus col equals to block underscore color. In this way, we are converting the zeros on the board into numbers that represent the color and the shape of the block. Once we place the block, we have to create another one. So let's do it. Block equals choice parenthesis shapes block underscore x equal board underscore width divided by 2 minus 2 block underscore y equals to 0, and then let's check if there is already a collision, which will end the game. If detect underscore collision parenthesis block underscore x comma block underscore y comma block column new line game underscore over parenthesis, and let's create this function def game underscore over parenthesis column new line global playing equals false, and let's run it. As you can see, the pieces are falling, and then the game ends by itself. Perfect. So now we have to create the interaction. So let's create a function, get underscore input, parenthesis, and let's create this function, def get underscore input, parenthesis, column, new line, key equals get underscore pressed underscore key, parenthesis, and let's create this function, def get underscore pressed underscore key, parenthesis, column, new line, key equal empty string, new line, while kb hit, parenthesis, column, new line, key equals to get ch, parenthesis, dot decode, parenthesis, square brackets, 0, new line, return key. So let's manage the keys, match key, column, new line, case, quotation marks, q, column, new line, game underscore over, parenthesis, new line, case, quotation marks, a, column, new line, move underscore left, parenthesis, new line, case, quotation marks, d, column, move underscore right, parenthesis, new line, case, quotation marks, s, column, move underscore down, parenthesis, new line, case, quotation marks, w, column, new line, rotate underscore block, parenthesis, new line, and let's create these functions, def move underscore left, parenthesis, column, new line, global, block underscore x, new line, if not detect underscore collision of parenthesis, block underscore x minus 1, comma, block underscore y, comma, block, column, new line, block underscore x minus equal 1. That's very similar to the move underscore right, so let's copy all the inside of this function, and then def move underscore right, parenthesis, column, and let's paste here, and instead of minus and minus it becomes plus and plus. Now we have to create the rotate function, def rotate underscore block, parenthesis, column, new line, global, block, new line, rotated underscore block equals to square brackets, block, square brackets, j, square brackets, I, for j in range, parenthesis, len, parenthesis, block, and for I in range, parenthesis, len, parenthesis, block, square brackets, 0, minus 1, comma, minus 1, comma, minus 1. In this way, we are starting from the last element and going backward. New line, if not detect collision, parenthesis, block underscore x, comma, block underscore y, comma, rotated underscore block. column, new line, block equals rotated underscore block. So in this way we should be able to move and rotate our blocks. Let's try. As you can see, it works. Can rotate the blocks. Okay. Now we need to clear the row when they are full. So let's create a function, clear underscore rows, parentheses, and let's create the function. Def clear underscore rows, parentheses, column, new line, global, board, comma, score, comma, lines. New underscore board equals square brackets, 0, 4, underscore in range, parentheses, board underscore width, 4 underscore in range, parentheses, board underscore height. New line, row index equals board underscore height -1. New line, count equals 0. Let's create a lambda function, is underscore full equals lambda row column all parentheses board square brackets row. New line, 4 row in range parentheses board underscore height upward, so -1 comma -1 comma -1 column, new line, if is underscore full parentheses row, column, new line, lines plus equals 1, count plus equal 1, and continue. New underscore board, square brackets, row, index, equals, board, square brackets, row, row, underscore index, minus equal, 1. And then let's manage the score, score plus equal, square brackets, 0, 40, 100, 300, 1200. Square brackets, count. In this way we can assign different points if the lines are made all together. Then board equal new underscore board. So that's everything. Let's try it. So let's try to clear some rows. Okay. Now let's try. Okay, it works. Let's keep going. Okay. Oh, again, 2 lines. The lines is correct, the score is correct. 3, 120. I would like to try 2 lines, but no. I think, okay. So let's recap. Lesson 30 - Tetris. For this lesson it's enough. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson.